So, hallo Leute, herzlich willkommen zum Stream. Wir spielen wieder Gensin ein bisschen weiter. Weil, wieso nicht? So. Gensin muss erstmal laden. Das ist immer ganz lustig. Wie sich die Leiste langsam füllt. Ich hätte Bock, nachher noch ein bisschen was anderes zu spielen. Ist eh noch keiner im Chat, oder? Was brauche ich davon eigentlich jetzt gar nicht erzählen? Ja. Machen wir. Ich habe meinen Laptop wieder nicht da, also muss ich wieder so im Chat schauen. So, Spiel hat endlich fertig geladen, wir können endlich anfangen. So, es gibt wieder ganz viele Dinge, die Ausrufezeichen haben. Also erstmal Ankündigung, es gibt eine Ankündigung, ja. Ja, die mich ja interessieren. Es gibt eine neue Nachricht. Wir haben Kannentaler. Hä? Was ist denn ein Kannentaler? Gibt es eine neue Region, in der das die Währung ist? Ich meine, mal schauen, in Mondstadt ist ja Mora die Währung. Und hier unten in Lio ist ja auch Mora die Währung. Aber das sind ja bloß 2 Gebiete und es gibt ja insgesamt... Wenn ich es richtig verstanden habe, gibt es insgesamt 7 Gebiete, aber nur 3 von denen sind bis jetzt freigeschalten. Korrigiert mich da, wenn ich es falsch sage. So, wir fangen mit den täglichen Missionen an, würde ich sagen. Tägliche Missionen sind... verfolgen wir einfach mal. Sehen wir ja dann da unten. Ah, die sind wieder alle hier in der Ecke, okay. Dann würde ich sagen, fange ich mit der hier einfach mal an. Und dann arbeiten wir uns da durch. Also, die erste Mission, hey, das habe ich doch schon mal gemacht. Das war doch jetzt gar nicht so schwer, oder? Prüfung beginnen. Da musste ich das Gebiet hier verteidigen. Okay, weiter an, nächste Mission. Das ist der nächste Teleportpunkt da dran, ja. Ja, es ist wirklich nicht weit. Okay. Ich dachte bloß, ich müsste jetzt irgendeinen fetten Berg hochklettern, aber es sieht eigentlich so aus, dass, ja genau, das passt. Muss ich die Banditen da unten killen, oder? Ich schätze mal, ich muss die Banditen da unten killen. Falsche Taste. Oh, da lebt ja noch einer. Jetzt lebt keiner mehr. Okay. Und dann teleportiere ich mich gleich wieder hier runter und diesmal gehen wir in die andere Richtung. Oder ist das... oh, die ist weiter oben. Dann teleportieren wir uns hier hoch und springen runter. So. Okay, das war ein Fail. Das ist eine Daily Mission. Brauche ich mir nicht durchzulesen, worum es geht. Verfolge ich einfach über die Karte. Was mir gerade noch auffällt, ist hier. Ja, da. Da unten. Dafür muss ich den Golem da killen, oder? Ich hole mir erstmal hier das Erz. Das wäre mal nichts. So. Oh, ich weiß, wofür das da ist. Das ist, um an das Ding ranzukommen, das ich gerade geholt habe. Na, super. Geil, machen wir die Quest mit dem hier. Sieht so aus, als hätte ich das Material, das ich brauche, ausnahmsweise mal nicht. Was sehr interessant ist. Weil normalerweise habe ich ja gefühlt alles, was ich für so Quests brauche, immer direkt. Sehr interessant. Was ist das hier? Nee. Doch. Oder? Ich bin boosted. Das hier ist es, okay. 1, 2, 3. Gibt's ja nicht noch mehr? Ist das ein Item, was nur für die Quest existiert? Okay. Was ist das hier? Okay. Eine Mission bekommen und wir bekommen Horror dafür. Nice. So. Die letzte Mission ist hier unten. Da ist der nächste Teleporter, der hier. So wie es aussieht. Und wir können da ganz schnell runterspringen, oder?
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber. thyself. Huh. Huh. Oh, goodness gracious. By royal decree.
Von was? Ich wurde nicht mal angegriffen in dem Moment. Was passiert? Einsammeln. Hä? Ah, okay, gut zu wissen. Das heißt, jetzt könnte ich theoretisch so einen dieser Legendenaufträge machen, wenn ich einen Schlüssel habe. Oder habe ich das falsch verstanden? Ich meine, wir reden hier über mich, es kann gut sein, dass ich es falsch verstehe. Wenn nicht das erste Mal. Das ist ein cooles Schwert. Das ist ein cooles Schwert. Wo ist der dritte hin? Wo ist der dritte hin? Ah, hinter mir.
Destiny has brought me hither.
Okay, was ist das hier vorne? Das ist wieder so ein Landschaftsbild, oder? Ja. Der Baum sieht aber echt cool aus.
Pay your dues.
Wo ist er hin? Ach, da.
No escape.
Special.
Leaving so soon.
I'm a rock.
Twin blade.
You can't run from death.
Ey, ich schulde dir aber gar nichts. Das ist gar kein Vogel. Das ist eine Wurzel. Der auf dem blauen Ast ist doch bestimmt was. Der ist so besonders. Okay, erstmal ist da ein Vogelnest. Das nehmen wir natürlich auch mit. Oh Gott, was machst du? Geht der gerade wirklich nach unten?
I won't let you down.
Wo ist er hin? Ah, da oben auf den Ast, okay. Ich habe hier noch was gesehen, das mache ich auch noch kurz.
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
Warte mal, da ist das da unten. Ich bin schon wieder viel zu weit hoch.
Get ready for the gliding champion of Mondstadt.
Ich habe schon wieder keine Ahnung, wo dieses Viechchen ist. Ah, jetzt ist es hoch, okay. Warte, hier sind zwei. Oh Gott.
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
So, ich wollte mir den blauen Ast ein bisschen anschauen. Ah, der hat keine Collision. Interessant. Sehr interessant. Der blaue Ast hat also keine Collision. Gut zu wissen. Oh, und da unten ist die zweite Seele. Auch gut zu wissen. Und da hinten ist irgendwas, was man, glaube ich, mit Feuerelement machen kann. Das mache ich gleich auch. Soweit ich die eine Seele hier gefunden habe, die jetzt gerade von mir abhaut. Da vorne. Oder machen wir es direkt, wo wir schon mal hier sind. Warte, das sind diese Dinger, die man mit diesen Kristallen hier bekommt. Wenn man die Kristalle trifft. Ja. Nicht? Oder habe ich das schon gemacht? Aber das wäre ja übel seltsam, wenn ich das schon gemacht habe. Weil ich habe ja die anderen Sachen an dem Baum nicht gemacht. Und was war das bitte gerade? Super. Ne, ich kann mit denen nicht interagieren. Komisch. Ist nie schon aktiv. Oh mein Gott. Ja, habe ich letzte Woche auch schon. Guck, er hat mit RP angefangen. Was für RP meinst du? Meinst du... ja, ich habe gerade meinen Laptop nicht da, deswegen kann ich den gerade nicht gleichzeitig aufnehmen. Wisst ihr was? Ich hole mal kurz meinen Laptop her, wenn jetzt so viele im Chat sind. Weil ich habe es tatsächlich nicht erwartet, dass so viele Leute bei mir zuschauen heute. So, ist bei mir immer ein bisschen enger auf dem Schreibtisch, wenn der Laptop auch da steht. So. Kann ich meine Maus nicht mehr so weit bewegen. So, wo ist jetzt der Spirit hin? Da. Und wieder zurück nach oben. Habe ich Lust, Bosse zu farmen? Nee, ich mach gleich in der Story weiter. Ich bin in der Story noch gar nicht so weit. Wo ist der Spirit schon wieder hin? Da hinten. Oh Gott. Nicht nochmal den Baum hochklettern, habe ich echt keinen Bock drauf. So, jetzt finally.
A reward on the road.
Kann mir gar nichts raus. Ah doch. Wo kommt die her? Da war hier nicht +1. Samu, ich werde anders geschrieben und das weißt du. Ach, warte, war hier... Ah, jetzt weiß ich auch in etwa, wo ich bin. Hier war der... was für Roleplay? Muss mal kurz schauen, wie komme ich überhaupt zur nächsten Mission? Oh, ich brauch wieder mehr Level. Das ist ein Problem. GTA Roleplay? Nein, immer noch nicht. Habe ich den getroffen?
I'll race you there. Bet you
Lol.
can't keep up
Ich hab
with
grad
me.
keinen Bock auf die. Lasst mich in Ruhe. Ah nee, das war eine doofe Idee. Wieso ist Fische schon wieder tot? Ich hab die doch nicht mal rausgeholt, oder?
Told you I'd win.
So. Okay, wir gehen jetzt... Ich glaube, wir lösen das erstes Mal die Monde ein. Das heißt, wir gehen... Das war falsch. Hierher? Hierher? Ja, hierher. So, weil wir brauchen nämlich... Ich glaube, wir brauchen nichts von den Sachen. Wir können ja mal die hier alle suchen. Auf der Karte. Ja, das ist ja perfekt. Ich weiß, die Sachen oben brauche ich, um Waffen zu verbessern, aber ich suche nach was Bestimmten. Und das war da jetzt nicht dabei. Ich kann ja mal kurz zeigen. Ich suche nach dem hier. Und das war da nicht dabei, oder ich... Warte mal kurz. War das nicht sogar...
I feel like run.
Falsch. Nee, das war ein Buch. Okay. So. Jetzt, wo muss ich hin? Da unten. Okay. Glaubst du, ich komme da schon ran? In Mondstadt.
I'll race you there.
Okay. Sonntags kann man alles farmen? Okay, dann ist das wohl was ich morgen machen werde, so wie das jetzt klingt. Aber ich kann ja trotzdem mal alle Sphären schnell erkunden, die ich noch nicht erkundet habe. Welche war das jetzt gerade, die ich... Ah, ist ja auch egal. Einfach weiter zum nächsten. Da ist sogar noch ein Teleporter daneben, den ich noch nicht habe. Von hier oder von hier? Ich glaube von oben runter ist immer die bessere Option. Ich habe die schon freigeschalten. Okay, das ist gut zu wissen. Weil ich die jetzt... Bin gar nicht auf Verfolgen gegangen. Ah, da sieht man ja sogar, was man bekommt bei den Sphären. Wenn man sie noch nicht freigeschalten hat. Ja, aber ich finde jetzt keine mit dem, was ich brauche. Das ist natürlich nicht so geil. Mit bänderartigen Dingen.
Is this an answer from this world?
So. Aber ich meine, ich kann jetzt. Warte mal. Cecilia Garten. Geh mal auf das, was du brauchst, klick drauf. Hä? Wo ist denn die hier ist? Ist ja hier irgendwo. Ist die da unten? Ich gehe erstmal zu dem Teleportpunkt, welchen ich jetzt sehe. Okay. Ich muss mehr auf meine Stamina aufpassen. Noch weiter unten? Ist die unter Wasser? Wie soll ich denn da hinkommen? Warte mal, ich kann hier bestimmt das Wasser irgendwie absenken, weil hier ist voll viel unter Wasser. Der ist bestimmt auch unter Wasser, oder? Ja, der ist da hinten unter Wasser. So, du hast gesagt, ich soll mal auf das Item gehen, das ich brauche. Also... Oh, ja. Das bräuchte ich auch. Aber das war jetzt nicht das, was ich wollte. Das hier. Oh. Montag, Donnerstag, Sonntag. Stadt des glänzenden Wassers, Mondstadt. Diese Fähre ist noch nicht verfügbar. Ja, super. Was ist das hier? Freundschafts-EP. So. Es gibt jetzt gerade eine Sache, die ich machen will. Und zwar möchte ich bei den Charakteren ein bisschen auf andere Charaktere umsteigen. Das heißt, ich werde jetzt erstmal den hier hochstufen. Die hier.
I wonder what.
Ich meine, ich mag ihn als Charakter nicht, aber ich glaube, der war ganz angenehm zum Spielen. L. So. Das heißt, ich werde jetzt Ember tatsächlich raustun. Und ihn dafür reinnehmen.
Oh, I'm looking
Ne, warte, er ist ja auch Eis. Ich dachte, er wäre Wasser. dann tue ich sie rausnehmen.
At the ready.
Freeze. Cool it. Dodge this. Freeze.
Du meinst hier? Ich glaube, ich habe das schon mal im letzten Stream gesagt. Ich mache das immer, wenn ich genügend habe für 10 Mal. Und das hat jetzt in den letzten 3 Streams zweimal geklappt. Ich hoffe, dass es heute wieder klappt, dass ich wieder auf die 1600 komme.
Freeze.
Weil im letzten Stream hatte ich nicht so viel Zeit. Deswegen habe ich es da nicht geschafft. So, wir stufen ihn jetzt nochmal hoch. Was? Was? Hoppla. Ich habe auf Abbrechen geklickt, das war natürlich nicht absichtlich. So. Ja, schön, dass du da bist. Klick oben rechts auf das Ausrufezeichen hier. Ah, das meinst du. Oh, habe ich das noch bei anderen? Nee, okay. Dann habe ich es sonst immer abgeholt. Wieso wird das eigentlich immer eingeblendet? So. Sache bei der Waffe ist, ich habe nur Level 3er Waffen für ihn. Stufe 3er Waffen. Warte mal. Wieso habe ich dem seine Waffe noch nicht verstärkt? Ah ne, ich habe sie schon verstärkt. Okay, passt. Aber die können wir nochmal aufsteigen lassen. Okay. Kann ich bei ihr den Bogen verstärken? Ja, kann ich. Dann mache ich das auch gleich. Okay, ich habe nichts mehr. Materialien bis Stufe 3 würde ich ganz ungern automatisch auffüllen lassen. Ich mache mal Bögen. Bei Bögen habe ich relativ viele Stufe 4er Bögen. So. KT ist kritisch und Katsch ist kritischer Schaden. Oder? Nee, Crit Chance. Warte. Katsch ist Crit Chance und KT ist kritischer Schaden. Wieso habe ich so viele Schwerter? Warte kurz. Es geht jetzt um seine Waffe hier. Ich habe für seine Waffe momentan 5 Optionen. Ich habe mir die tatsächlich noch gar nicht angeschaut. Du sagst, dass das die beste Wahl ist. Ich glaube, ich würde aber tatsächlich hier drauf gehen. Du sagst, das hier ist teilweise besser als die 4-Sterne-Waffen. Hm. Ja, okay, ich darf die nicht miteinander vergleichen, weil das Level 50 ist und das Stufe 1. Es wird bei mir ein bisschen schwierig, weil meine Charaktere sind immer kurz vorm Sterben. Wie du vielleicht siehst. Ich bin da nicht so gut, deren KP voll zu halten. Also ich muss jetzt erstmal kurz weiter ihn verbessern. Okay. Wo bekomme ich das her? Okay, bekomme ich gar nicht. Das kann ich bekommen. Ah, er ist ja jetzt auch auf 40, dann passt das ja. Wie ist denn das, wenn ich eine 3-Sterne-Waffe Wie ist denn das, wenn ich jetzt eine 3-Sterne-Waffe verbessere und dann später eine 4-Sterne-Waffe verbessere und die verbesserte 3-Sterne-Waffe zum Verbessern der 4-Sterne-Waffe nutze? Gibt das dann mehr? Ich verbessere die jetzt einfach mal. Oh ja, das bringt viel. Wieso nehme ich eigentlich nicht direkt die Kristalle? Okay. Verfeinern bitte. Was meinst du mit verfeinern bitte? Verwirr mich doch nicht so. Ich spiele doch dieses Spiel bloß casual. So, jetzt. Achso, ja, ich weiß wieder, was ich eigentlich wollte. Ich wollte eigentlich die Dinger hier loswerden. Deshalb bin ich überhaupt erst auf die Suche nach den... Auf Verstärken, dann steht links Verfeinern. Waffe verstärken. Verfeinern. Aha. Ah, dann hätte ich die vorhin nicht alle wegtun sollen. Das wäre jetzt dumm. Oh ja, stimmt, genau. Die kann man auch für Bosse verwenden. Dann könnten wir doch Bosse zusammenjagen. Stimmt. Hätte ich jetzt gar nicht dran gedacht, schauen. Sache ist bloß, welche Bosse brauche ich? Ich habe schon wieder aufs Falsche gedrückt. Stehen die hier eigentlich auch drin? Das ist ein Nein, oder? Das hier ist ein Boss.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Das hier ist ein... Hoppla, das hier ist ein Boss. Der bringt die Lilanen. Das hier ist ein Boss. Der bringt auch die blauen. Der bringt alle. Der bringt die roten.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Der bringt die blauen. Und der bringt auch wieder... Oh ne, warte, der bringt nicht alle. Der bringt der andere alle. Der bringt auch nicht alle, oder? Ne. Jetzt verwirrst du mich schon wieder. Ich brauche die Eisblume. Nicht das, oder? Das hier. Ja, die hier. Uff. Ich bin so unheimlich schlecht. So. Nee, das war falsch. Hier. Okay. Fresh Hour. Bist du das? Ich schätze mal ja. Und ich habe schon wieder irgendeine Errungenschaft. So. Ah, guten Tag. Welches Level sind denn deine Charaktere? Ja, stimmt, ich muss noch meine Dailies abholen.
Emerge. Right here. Allow me.
Windblade!
Okay. Okay, warte kurz. So, für ihn brauchen wir das hier. Und das Blaue. Für ihn... Das habe ich beides noch nie gesehen. Okay. Das macht's nicht einfach. Für sie brauche ich bloß das hier.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing
Come
about
on,
these
let's
days.
get moving.
Und für sie brauche ich das beides. Okay, dann würde ich sagen, fangen wir mal mit ihm einfach an. Das ist ja beides bei dem hier oben. Du bist schon dort. Ja. Ist ein bisschen traurig, dass in meiner Welt immer irgendwelche Leute, die Max-Level sind, rumlaufen. Wo ist denn der? Ist der hier unten? Der ist hier unten, ja.
Disappear!
Das war schlecht. Guck mal unten links. Guten Tag, uns geht's gut. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist, Pommes. So. Jetzt, ich würde den hier noch ganz gerne einmal machen, den Wolf. Also wie ich das nämlich gesehen habe, droppt er 4-Sterne-Waffen. Wie kommt man zu dem nochmal hoch am besten? Ach Gott. Wegfolgen reicht nicht aus. Oh, hallo. Ja, lass mich in Ruhe, bitte. Okay, nee, du wirst mich nicht in Ruhe lassen.
Cool it. This moment will be frozen in time.
So. Der droppt nur Sachen, mit denen ich schmieden kann. Droppt der nicht auch Waffen? Was habe ich hier schon wieder? Was ist das? Neues Gebiet verfügbar. Hier das noch. Oh. Dann habe ich da bestimmt schon welche von, oder? Frage ist nur, wo ist nie drin? Ich trage so viel Zeug mit mir rum, von dem ich einfach keine Ahnung habe, was es mir eigentlich bringt. Das ist vielleicht nicht ganz so schlau. Was ist das eigentlich? Sieht aus wie eine Kiste. Auftragsobjekt. Auftragsobjekt. Ah, okay. Was ist das? Egal. Eigentlich nicht, ne. Stimmt, könnte ich machen. Hier. Ja. Und wir erhalten eine 3-Sterne-Waffe. Nein, bleib da stehen. Muss ich den hier hinten an dem Schwert aktivieren? Wie war denn das? Ja. Aber ich habe ihn gerade gelevelt und habe dafür eine bekommen. Einen Standardpol. Ich habe das Gefühl, mit Bogenschützen war das ein Ticken angenehmer. Okay. Das war die falsche Taste. So. Warte mal. Hoppla, das ist der falsche Charakter.
I created
Wo bekommt man
another
die lilanen?
universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
Okay, das kann ich irgendwie nicht bekommen, scheinbar. Und das scheinbar auch nicht. Aber hier ist es mit dem in den Loot Drops mit dran. Okay. Ich habe das Gefühl, ich gehe einen dezenten Umweg. Hallo, ich bin auch da. Oh mein Gott.
Terra Smash!
Freeze.
Kann er die nicht kaputt machen?
Terra Smash!
Dodge this.
Wind Blade!
Cool it. What's the hurry?
Terra Smash!
So. Jetzt musste ich Fischl aufleveln können. Ja.
With this,
Was hat er eigentlich für Artefakte?
Ja! Terra Smash!
Ich glaube, das macht nicht wirklich viel Sinn. Vor allem, weil es alles 2 Sterne sind scheinbar.
Ja!
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
Ja!
Ich glaube, ich nehme den hier. Ja. Dann... Das war nicht, was ich wollte. Dann den hier.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
allow me.
Okay. So. Warte, wollte ich nicht eigentlich sie leveln? Ja, doch.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
So, und hier einmal kurz auf Stimmen klicken, dass da kein Ausrufezeichen mehr angezeigt wird. Wie war ich gerade in dem Ding drin? So. Dann. Bosse werden nicht angezeigt. Kann man den Baum direkt nochmal machen oder muss man da bis morgen warten? So. Okay, wir haben hier nochmal Punkte. Und wir haben hier Punkte. Und ich glaube, wir können jetzt ihn hier leveln. Ja, genau. Ja. Machen wir.
You always seem to be around to give me a hand.
Kann auch irgendwie machen, dass direkt alle ausgewählt werden. Oh, Pommes will auch dazu kommen. Ich will jetzt gleich die Story-Quests weitermachen. Also, glaube ich, macht das relativ wenig Sinn, wenn du jetzt auch dazu kommst. Bloß um gleich wieder rausgekickt zu werden. So. Okay.
Terra Smash.
So. Gut, hier gibt's noch irgendwas, das hier zum Einsammeln. Erlebnispass Stufe 4. Ich bekomme Notizen eines Abenteurers. So, jetzt. Achso, ja, das geht nicht, wenn wir online sind. Lass mal kurz schauen, wenn ihr jetzt alle da seid. Was können wir dann noch kurz machen? Kann man sich eigentlich duellieren? Ich habe irgendeinen Buff.
Here we go. Right now, emerge. Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Come into being.
Kann man das eigentlich stapeln? Also wenn jetzt zwei Charaktere da denselben...
Terra Smash. Yeah. Burst forth.
Aufzug. So.
Terra Smash.
So, ihr zwei, ich schieb euch dann mal. Was ist... Ich mach mal kurz das und dann schiebe ich euch zwei kurz raus, dass ich meine Hauptquest weitermachen kann. So. Und dann muss ich noch kurz das hier beenden. Zurück zum Einzelspieler. Genau. Und dann kann ich jetzt mit der Hauptquest weitermachen. Die gar nicht mal so weit von hier weg ist. Was? Wo hab ich denn hingeschaut? Ja, Fresh Hour, du wurdest abgeschoben. Genau so sieht's aus. Es klingt nach so einem bösen Wort. Abgeschoben. Ich muss mal kurz noch... Nicht auf J, auf L. Ich hätte ihn ganz gerne an der Stelle. Geht das nicht?
The hunt begins. Leave it to me.
This will be interesting.
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
Ja. Ich glaube, da macht es mehr Sinn, mit einem Bogenschützen hinzugehen. Das ist nicht gut. So, jetzt ich muss hier hoch, oder? Probierbar, aber aus hier halt sehr viel. Oh, wie komme ich denn da ran? Von hier gleiten reicht nicht aus. Sie hier. Was? Okay. Das ist ziemlich weit oben.
This is bad. Paimon's supposed to be your guide, but Paimon doesn't know where the way up to the Jade Chamber is.
Hat Paimon mir hier den Weg irgendwo hingezeigt?
Since we want to go to the Jade Chamber, heading to its location on the map is the sensible thing to do. Let's look around. There has to be a way up there nearby.
Bin ich jetzt unten oder oben? Okay, ich bin oben. Das ist sehr interessant.
Thundering retribution. An omen of dark times ahead.
That, and main Fräulein's laundry is still on the line.
Der Berg war doch gerade nicht so hoch, oder? Some sort of mechanism thingy. Das ist bestimmt eine Falle.
try to find it ourselves, right? Alright, let's follow your plan. Then we can... Oh, hang on a moment. Look down there. Looks like we've gotten close to the Guizhong Ballista. Paimon has a new idea. Why don't we shoot you
Ja,
up to the
tschüss.
Gensin
Schön, dass du da
by
warst.
pushing the ballista? No. Paimon may have just forgotten to think about the safety measures. Oh, that's right. Now that you mention it, we could use the Guizhong Ballista to see if there's another way up nearby.
Oh, ich darf die Truhe sogar öffnen und werde nicht runtergesetzt. Das ist ja sehr angenehm. Mit L. Wechselt mein Charakter. So.
I will protect you. No stone unturned.
Wie soll ich da denn hinkommen? Da brauche ich ja irgendeine Fähigkeit, mit der ich... mehr Höhe erreichen kann. Irgendwas, was ich nicht habe, aber die anderen beiden hatten. Okay. Wechseln wir wieder auf ihn zurück. Und dann geht's da runter. Es sind wieder irgendwelche Banditen bei der Ballista. Oder auch nicht.
Halt! Who trespasses on these hallowed grounds?
Exactly. What are you talking about? We're invited guests. What makes you think you can treat us like this? No. Wait. Maybe this was Ningguang's plan all along. She pretended to invite us to the Jade Chamber, but set up a Millilith ambush here to arrest us. Now Paimon's mad. You, over there. This is a trick, isn't it? How shameless.
What? We're just on guard duty. What do you mean, shameless?
What nonsense! Seize these suspicious intruders at once!
Well, here they come. Line them up and knock them down.
Freeze!
Oh, es ist sehr angenehm, eine Eisfähigkeit zu haben, wenn es regnet.
Cool it!
Wie habe ich einen von denen bitte nicht getroffen?
With the wind! Two arms! Attack! Dodge this! Cool it! Oh,
Bested.
Ich kann mich an eine andere Mission erinnern, bei der ich schon denselben Fehler gemacht habe. Runterspringen, dem Gegner hinterher und dann respawn oben Gegner und du kommst nicht mehr hoch. Das war genau an der Stelle hier. Ah, da bin ich hier runtergesprungen.
Take the target alive.
What's the hurry?
Lithic triad.
Was für eine Hitbox bin ich gerade denn am Ende
What's all
angestoßen?
this about?
Lady Kuching, these two strange people suddenly appeared. They seem to have designs on the Guizhong ballista.
Who are you calling strange? You want to go to the Jade Chamber? Who are you? We're invited guests here to look for the Liu Qixing. Who are you? Well, as it happens, I am one of the Liu Qixing. Oh! I'm Kuching, the Yuheng of the Qixing. I know of you, traveler. You're Ningguang's guests, yes? Didn't expect to meet you here in the mountains. Wow. Paimon didn't think we'd meet some super rich big shot out here in the middle of nowhere either. The Guizhong ballista in Tianheng Pass has long been in disrepair. And yet, it was fixed in a single night. I came here to investigate that occurrence. These Millilith are just here to guard the scene, not to arrest anyone. So, this was all a misunderstanding? Paimon never would have thought. Anyway, for a mortal to be able to repair an Adepti mechanism is quite the mystery, even to the Qixing. That was... Huh? Oh, right. So, Lady Yuheng, might you have any idea why Lady Tianquan invited us to go to the Jade Chamber? Just call me Kuching. I'd say that Ningguang's purpose is to request that the savior of Mondstadt take a more neutral stance. Or at least, to not wholly side with the Adepti. We're not taking sides. We spoke with the Adepti. They want to protect Liu as well. When you say protect, you're referring to their sanctimonious arrogance, aren't you? Huh? You are mortals, and thus under their protection. There was no way they would have regarded you as someone with the ability to assassinate a god. Naturally, they would also regard Ningguang's locking down the area, questioning the citizenry, and pursuit of the assassin to be pointless work. Perhaps they even wonder if there might be a cover-up. I'll say it like it is. They're underestimating us. Well, you've got a point there. Still, this is the first time Paimon's seen a person from Liyue who doesn't respect the gods or the Adepti. Should I respect the shallow sense of time and condescension to mortals that has caused them to delay in moving against us, Qixing? Forget it. I shouldn't speak of them this way. This skepticism is mine alone, and Ningguang does not share it. Either way, I will admit that the actions of the Adepti this time were quite restrained. Rex Lapis's death is indeed an extraordinary circumstance. But to think that they would call for a council of Adepti rather than come down here directly. How surprisingly civilized of them. Well, for Ningguang, she would talk anything and everything out if she could. But I doubt we can do that here. The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Another super bold statement! I'll stop here. Honestly, I hadn't intended to say so much. But you're a good listener, traveler. You should both be off to the Jade Chamber. Don't be late now. Ningguang's schedule is packed to the gills all the way till next year. The cream of Liyue's mercantile crop all see ascending to the Jade Chamber as the greatest honor. Each brings rich gifts as they visit, all to curry a little favor with Ningguang. Favor? But... Wait, that's right! Greeting gifts are a staple of Liyue's culture. We need to get one. Not to curry favor or anything, just to respect Liyue's culture. Alright. You can decide on your greeting gift yourselves. Let me tell you how to get to the Jade Chamber first. You didn't actually have to come to Mount Tianheng. Go back to Liyue Harbor. Find a guide at the Yuehai Pavilion, and... well then. May we meet again, traveler. Well, that Yuheng may not respect the gods, but Paimon thinks she's a pretty cool person.
Was genau ist eigentlich der Traveler? Ich meine... Es ist ja... Warte mal.
So, what should we give to Ningguang when we see her? Oh, right! Paimon dreamed of an amazing snack last night. Sugar frosted slime! Paimon has a feeling that it would be perfect for a super rich person like Ningguang. Why don't we go with that for a gift?
Das klingt absolut nicht lecker.
Nope. But Paimon's sure that we just need to make it with some boom shakalaka. Let's go gather ingredients. Time waits for no one, and neither will our riches.
Ich finde es unglaublich schade, dass man die nicht verwenden kann. Immer noch. Also jetzt lass mal kurz schauen, wieso habe ich in der Richtung Version? Ich dachte, ich muss zurück zum Hafen. Ah, egal. Mein Laptop-Akku geht gleich aus. Ich muss kurz ein Ladekabel suchen. So. Wenn bei meinem Laptop der Akku leer ist, dann gibt er mir eine Warnung, dass mein Akku gleich leer ist und schaltet sich eine Sekunde danach ab. Das ist richtig angenehm. Weil du ja nach der Warnung noch vollen Ladekabel suchen kannst und den Laptop anstecken kannst. Da unten ist ein Schleim, oder? Das war das.
Look at that slime. It looks
Ja.
crystal clear and very delicious. That's the one.
Was greift mich jetzt schon wieder an? Wieso sind die hier?
This moment will be frozen in time.
By royal decree.
Okay. Mein Gefühl sagt mir übrigens, dass glasierter Schleim nicht gut schmecken wird.
Fragrance in the air. Huh? Did you hear that? It seemed like it came from those ruins over there.
Ich habe einfach
It
nichts
looks
gehört.
like the treasure hoarders have locked someone inside.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Hallo, beweg dich. Wie? Oh, nee.
We're open.
No one escapes my sight.
Wind blade. Free. You're open. Cool it. Don't get frostbite. You're open.
Was ist der? Ah, hier.
Thank you for your help, kind travelers. If you hadn't come to my aid, I surely would have rotted in this cell. Those treasure hoarders. When their mood was good, they'd rearrange those pots of sweet flowers. When they were in a bad mood, they'd rearrange my face.
Aw, it was nothing. No need to thank us all at once or anything.
I understand. Don't worry. I will compensate you both. Don't say that. I only escaped this predicament because of you. I'm Mung Dan.
Ist das eine Narbe oder ist das ein Schatten?
In Liyue Harbor. I often walk around these mountains in search of antiques. I never expected that those treasure hoarders would have their eyes on the same ruins that I had. Before I knew it, they'd caught and imprisoned me. Is there anything that you lack? Antiques, treasure, various knickknacks, you name.
Wait a moment. Actually, we are looking for something.
Oh? And what might that be?
Do you have a box that can store presents? We'd like a pretty one. The kind that you can use to store snacks.
Of course we do. How can one sell antiques without gift boxes? At Mingxing Jewelry, we have the best gift wrapping service in the 7 nations. Now just give me a moment and I'll let the boss know. You can go see her whenever you require that box.
Great! Paimon sugar frosted slime now comes in a beautiful package.
Da vorne ist ein Spirit. Hallo Spirit. Ich hasse Wasser.
Freeze.
Danke. Schieß einfach in die andere Richtung.
Dodge this.
I'll keep this close.
Ja, lass dich treffen.
Freeze.
Jetzt wo muss ich hin? Ich muss wieder zurück nach Liyue. Ja. Oh, der Laden ist das.
Hey there! A guy called Mung Dan told us that we could get a nice and shiny box from your store.
Uncle Mung already told me about it. Thank you both for saving him. Many of the best goods in our store were found by Uncle Mung. If anything were to happen to him, it would be impossible for us to continue doing business. Here, this container is itself an antique, with at least 140 years of history. It's already been cleaned. Will it do?
Yep. It's great! Hang on a moment. Could we borrow one other thing?
Sure, please help yourselves, as long as it's on our shelves.
Traveler, this clay pot looks really awesome. If we use an antique as our mixing bowl, we should be able to make a great snack. It's done! The one and only sugar-frosted slime! Carefully now. Into the box it goes and dust it over with a bit more powdered sugar.
Oh yes, you might want to use these 2 freshly picked flowers as decorations too.
Woohoo! It looks beautiful!
Wie soll denn das überhaupt schmecken?
Great! Now that we've put all that we've got into this box, let's go to the Jade Chamber to see Ningguang.
Oh mein Gott. Aber was mir gerade einfällt, wenn wir schon mal hier sind,
What's the hurry?
ist da unten.
Thank you so very much.
Hey, schau mal, da ist eine
Bet you can't keep
Sidequest.
up with me.
Ad Astra Abyssos. Thank you for completing. Ad Astra.
Ah, schau mal, das sind die ich brauche für den Abenteurer.
Ad Astra Abyss.
Ich glaube, da springe ich lieber von oben runter. Ja. Sieht deutlich angenehmer aus.
Get ready for the gliding champion of mud.
Geht nicht automatisch los.
According to Kuching, this is what we should say. Excuse me, do you sell the moon here?
Was?
Yes. How many would you like?
Was?
It's not convenient to speak of numbers here.
Ah, well said. Please, use this to ascend to the chamber. Yes, speaking of which, are you two the guests that Lady Ningguang has arranged to meet with today?
Yep.
And yet the code they used was not the one for guest, but for the Yuheng. What's going on here?
I've been waiting for you, returnee from Joyun Karst.
It's Ningguang! Since this is our first meeting, we've prepared a gift. I hope you like it.
Oh, for me. You have my thanks. It seems that I have made things difficult for you, considering that you were supposed to be my guests.
Oh no, it's nothing.
This palace floats in the skies, higher than the peak of any mountain. From this vantage point, one may survey all of Liyue. I have been gathering the funds necessary to build it from the time I began learning the merchant's craft. And since becoming the Tianquan, I have spared no effort in hiring the best craftsmen to constantly extend it. At first, it was but the size of one room. Now, it is large enough to blot out the moon in the skies above Liyue. One day, I believe it will overshadow all 7 nations.
Ich mag ihre Stimme nicht und ich habe das Gefühl, dass ich mich auch mit ihrer Persönlichkeit nicht anfreunden werden kann.
Not many from outside Liyue earn the right to ascend to the Jade Chamber. But I have been in correspondence with the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, who spoke highly of you. As such, I have been putting eyes and ears out ever since you reached Liyue.
What?
And I finally got wind of your movements when you were on the way to Wangshu Inn.
Wait, was Vergoldet one of your people?
Just Vergoldet? No. Everyone at Wangshu Inn is one of ours. At the Guizhang Ballista, yes?
You weren't peeking on us from the skies the whole time, were you?
I fear that peeking would have been a little difficult from this altitude. Our eyes and ears are more than sufficient. You two are very interesting people, after all. It would be natural to take an interest.
Sie bezeichnet Paimon als Leute. Meinetwegen.
Well, I wouldn't expect you to trust us, considering that you have had far more interactions with the Adepti. The reason I invited you here was to clear up some misunderstandings.
Was ist da unten? Ich will mich hier ein bisschen umschauen. Wenn ich schon mal hier oben bin. Hier gibt es bestimmt irgendwelche tollen Schätze. Gar nichts. Kann doch nicht sein. Na super. Ich finde es mal schön, wie die Charaktere bei der kleinsten Berührung mit Wasser einfach gerade nach unten droppen. Hier gibt es nicht mal irgendwelche Eingänge, oder? Oder habe ich... Oh, warte, da ist eine ganz fette Tür. Ich bin einfach bloß blind. Kann man bestimmt rein, oder? Ja, man kann rein. Cool. Ach, das ist gar keine Tür. Das ist eine Tür. Kann man aber auch nicht rein. Türen, hier sind alle nur Deko. das ist interessant. Braucht man bestimmt irgendwann mal den Code. Ich glaube, sonst gibt es hier nichts mehr. Gehen wir wieder hoch. Hier kommen wir auch nicht raus. Schade. Hier kommen wir auch nicht durch. Nee. Und hier kommt man bestimmt auch nicht raus. Nee. Okay. Ne, da gibt's auch nichts. Hey, ich brauche keine Türen, um hier rauszukommen. Ich komme auch so hier raus. Aber es sieht nicht so aus, als gäbe es hier irgendwas. Schade. Ich bin ganz ehrlich, dafür, dass das eine Festung im Himmel ist, finde ich so relativ langweilig. Ja. Schade. Aber war vermutlich auch irgendwo zu erwarten, dass das jetzt nicht so... Oh, ich wäre fast runtergelaufen.
Many gods used to walk this earth, and many long wars were fought between them that did not abate until 2,000 years ago. Much blood was shed, and many lives were lost. In the end, only 7 victors remained standing in Teyvat. They built cities and nations on the corpses of the vanquished, and thus began the era of the 7. You can see Goyun Stone Forest from here, I trust. It is no natural rock formation. Those are giant spears of rock hurled by Rex Lapis during the war. Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon. Not only is it true that gods may die, but so too has the membership of the 7 changed over the last 2 millennia. Rex Lapis's passing is an unimaginable disaster for Liyue, but the Order of the 7 will not collapse simply because of that. Another Lord of Geo will arise sooner or later. Yet, how are we to forget Rex Lapis? When that time comes, the relationship between the people of Liyue and the gods and Adepti will surely be different from before. Even in a new era, the Liyue Qixing remain Rex Lapis's former subjects. Do you really think us capable of having played a part in his demise? Of lacking the foresight to see the certain repercussions? That day at Yujing Terrace, it was also very sudden. Even I was caught completely off guard. You were there, you no doubt saw. But our enemy has long lain hidden within the harbor. If we do not act against them now, they will surely gain the upper hand. Hiding the Exuvio was a necessary maneuver to take the initiative back, to play the spider while our foes scurry about.
Who's this enemy you're talking about?
What do you think, traveler?
Huh? What are you two talking about?
Well answered. The scenery out here is fine indeed.
but the wind is a little strong. Our preparations to receive guests within are complete. So please, this way.
Ich habe mich gerade schon drin umgeschaut.
Wowee! What a huge hall! Paimon's never seen such a fancy place before.
Be at ease, you two. Make yourselves at home if you wish.
Ja, automatisch
Can we
anklicken.
really?
I have invited you two here as friends. And when friends come over to play, our enjoyment comes first. Naturally.
Ooh, isn't this that legendary wall?
Why, you've kept your ear to the ground, I see.
That's because even the storytellers are talking about it. Everyone's after a piece of paper from that wall. It's super famous.
That's because that wall records Leo's secrets. Merchants have always been attracted to secrets. But the secrets of the mercantile world are of no interest to you, are they, traveler? You're rather special, really, and I think you're quite aware of that. If possible, I'd like to have your trust. But if you were to choose the more trustworthy person between myself and Kuching...
Ich weiß nicht, ob die Antworten, die man hier gibt, irgendwas beeinflussen in der Story. An sich finde ich, das ist die schlauere Antwort. Aber ich bin ein Atheist.
You'd pick Kuching? Nah, I had a feeling. I originally thought her a bit too hard-headed. With someone of her character on the Qixing, I've had some extra messes to clean up behind the scenes. But after she said those words, the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Well, I must say that quite a few of my doubts have been dispelled. I won't deny that Rex Lapis's passing seems advantageous to us. But, for Liyue's sake, we cannot allow ourselves to be shackled by rumors of our usurpation of power. Indeed. It seems that you understood what I meant to say from the very beginning. I called for the gag order and for the Exuvia to be hidden to temporarily stabilize the situation, and also to prevent something similar to the incident in Mondstadt.
Was ist in
With Rex
Mondstadt
Lapis's
passiert?
death, the Fatui have busied themselves with many clandestine actions beyond their diplomatic remit. As the Tianquan, one responsible for Liyue, I cannot be too concerned with appearances when opposing them. Allowing the rite of parting to take place was also meant to buy some time for us to take control of Liyue's administration.
It's exactly as Zhongli said. The Qixing only provided the venue for the rite so they could use us for their own ends. Wait, that's right. Speaking of ends, could I say one other thing?
Of course.
Paimon's heard that anyone who sends a greeting gift gets a little something in return. So, does that include us?
It's all right. I like direct people. Well, we have made quite a bit of trouble for you recently. How about this? You can pick any one object here as you please, and you may take it with you.
Yay! Paimon was just waiting for you to say that. Let's see, what should we at. One of the sheets on that wall. Don't look at Paimon like that. One of these sheets of paper will sell for crazy prices, even if it's only as large as Paimon's fingernail. Just imagine how much more a whole untorn sheet would sell for. Let's grab one, the biggest one.
Weiß nicht.
Huh?
Braucht man das?
An easy search. The biggest sheet is right up there in the most obvious spot. Let's go with that one.
Ich würde nicht das nehmen, ich würde das nehmen. Oder das. Oder das. Eins, wo viel Text drauf ist und nicht eins, wo eine fette Karte in der Mitte drin ist.
La 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 la. Let's see what's written on it. Huh? There's a place marked with a circle on here. Oh, could it be treasure? Whatever it is, it better make us filthy rich. Let's see what's written over here. Sigil of permission, something, something, Fatui, research, copy. Huh? Aw, that doesn't sound like treasure at all. This piece of paper shows that a Chising spy discovered traces of classified Fatui research on the Sigil of Permission. Oh, Ningguang did say that the Fatui have been up to all kinds of mischief in the shadows of Liyue, spreading rumors, wanting to get their hands on the Archon's body and whatnot. But research on the Sigil of Permission? Paimon wonders what they're up to.
Was war das gerade?
There's also some connection between you and the Sigil of Permission. Seems there's still more for us to find out.
Die Farbe hat sich gerade übel verändert. Habt ihr das gesehen? Was war denn das?
Oh, you really think so? Well, should we not go then? Oh, so you're saying that it's precisely because we can't completely trust Ningguang that we should confirm the truth of what she says for ourselves. That's way
Wo ist sie
out of
überhaupt hin?
Paimon's
Sie müsste ja
way.
eigentlich
She's been nothing but good to
genau
us.
hier stehen.
Anyway, we'll see if you're onto something. Before we look for Zhongli at Dihua Marsh, let's go to the place marked out on these papers and see if the Fatui really are up to no good there.
Oder auch nicht, sie ist gegangen. Okay. Wir haben also tatsächlich das gigantische Blatt, auf dem nur eine Karte mit einem Kringel ist, genommen.
This gives good market insight.
Was ist das da vorne? Ist das hier? Okay, mal hier. Ich teleportiere mich hier hin, dann gehen wir zu dem Teleporter, dann zu dem und dann zu der Quest. Ne, ich teleportiere mich hier hin und gehe zu dem Teleporter. Den ignorieren wir momentan noch, würde ich sagen. Da bin ich mal so frei, den zu ignorieren. Oh, warte mal, ich kann, glaube ich, eigentlich wieder hier Sachen da bringen. Ich würde ganz gern kämpfen, nach Möglichkeit aus dem Weg gehen momentan noch. Bis ich schnell den Teleporter aktiviert habe. Das heißt, wir gehen hier außen rum. Zu dem Teleporter. Und danach mache ich dann die Quest. Ich glaube, wenn ich die angreife, dann mache ich damit die Quest. Deswegen will ich das nicht machen. Es wäre cool, wenn ich irgendeinen Erdcharakter hätte, der das so ein bisschen mehr spammen kann. Also, halt Elementarangriffe spammen kann. Dann könnte ich sowas wie das da oben nämlich einfacher machen. Da ist irgendwas, was Wind braucht.
There really were Fatui at the location written down on this piece of paper. And they look really mad at us too. Reveal.
It's time for a flash freak. Let's not waste time.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Chill to the bone.
Ja, es ist unglücklich, dass der eine Eisattacke hat und es gerade regnet. Ich bin einfach permanent eingefroren. Das ist nicht cool.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Let's not waste time.
Get him. Not so hard. Ouch. Meanie, no escape.
Dodge this.
Chill to the bone.
Windblade!
Was ist das eigentlich? So, warte mal, ich schicke mal kurz was rein, dass mein Angriff ein bisschen erhöht. Wir nehmen, ja komm, wir nehmen das. Und bei der Gelegenheit kann ich auch gleich mal ihn heilen und sie heilen. Okay.
Cool it.
Tired.
Freeze time.
By royal decree.
Dodge this.
Let's end this quickly. No problem.
Insubordination.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
With the wind!
Cool it! Oh, I'm so sorry.
Windblade!
So, jetzt hat es auch aufgehört zu regnen. Jetzt, was inzwischen auch schon wieder fast egal ist. Oh ne, es hat gar nicht aufgehört zu regnen.
What's the hurry? Cool it!
That seemed to work.
Dodge this!
Send this quickly.
Freeze!
This is too quiet. This isn't good.
Windblade!
Dodge this! Freeze! Dodge this!
Okay. Die möchte ich mich nicht anlegen, der hat Eis.
What's the hurry?
Was ist das?
There are so many talismans here. And some stacks of blank paper too. What are they for? I haven't seen this pattern before. But where? Oh, Paimon knows! It looks just like the sigil of permission the child gave you. But how did a relic of the Adepti end up in the hands of someone like Child? Oh, that's right. Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the sigil of permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine power. Maybe the Fatui are copying the sigil of permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Being able to channel divine power in battle? Ooh, that sounds pretty dangerous. And the plot thickens. We'll need to keep an eye on Child, that's for sure. Alright, that's enough sticking around here. We gotta go meet up with Zhongli soon. The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is Dihua Marsh.
Ich habe bis jetzt überhaupt nicht kapiert, dass die hier zu den Fatui gehören.
Let's go! Paimon hates being late.
Jetzt gewittert's auch noch. Hoppla, falsche Taste. Also komplett falsch. So, ich brauche mal kurz
I will protect
dich. Und dann mal schnell schauen, ob das so funktioniert, wie ich mir das vorstelle.
Leave it all to me.
Boah, 20 Sekunden.
Steady as stone. I'll catch up.
Oh, das wird dauern. Wie gesagt, ich wünschte, ich hätte einen Charakter, der seinen Geoangriff ein bisschen mehr spammen könnte als Noel.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Frage, die ich mir gerade stelle, ist, kann ich mit dem Traveler mit Wind das Geo nach da drüben tragen? Also wenn ich quasi mich hier in die Mitte reinstelle und dann...
I must leave no stone unturned.
Jetzt meint er mich auch noch angreifen zu müssen. Warte kurz, in 5 Sekunden habe ich Zeit für dich.
Leave it all to me.
Och nö, da spawnt ein Boss. What the fuck ist gerade passiert? Ach, die da oben haben angefangen mitzumachen. Ich sehe nicht, wo ich hinziehe. Ich sehe immer noch nicht anständig, wo ich hinziehe. Wieso habe ich eigentlich nicht das einfach in die Luft gejagt? Aber das auch nicht genügend Schaden macht. Ja, ich bin gerade 2 stabilen Bolzenspitzen da nach unten hinterher gesprungen. Wir könnten noch kurz hierher schauen. Sobald er mich wieder in Ruhe lässt. Also manche von denen sind ja so richtig einfach und manche von denen, bei denen verstehe ich immer noch nicht, wie man eigentlich rankommen soll. So. Bitte ignoriere mich. Wer ist das da vorne? Kommt hier gleich ein Kampf oder kommt hier... Ah, okay, ja. Ah, ich weiß nicht. Ich bin kurz weg. Ich komme gleich wieder, ich mache das aber auf automatisch.
Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade Chamber?
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you talk about with her?
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly. On Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. He thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
Oh, so you also met with Keqing then? What did she have to say?
She says the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart, though they are both members of the Qixing. Although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions. Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No ordinary person could ever achieve that. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position of Tianquan, she would never give up the Jade Chamber.
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing to her then?
Why, Mora, of course.
All Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers into Liyue, and that they aren't to be trusted.
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least. No matter what they may be planning, you must be careful when dealing with the Fatui. Always be on your guard.
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of parting?
Jetzt bin ich
Yes,
komplett
as a matter
verwirrt.
of
Zu
fact,
viele
there
Namen.
is. Today, we'll be gathering wild glaze lilies.
Glaze lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Yujing Terrace
Nee,
have
warte.
them? Even Qingse village has glaze lilies. Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madam Ping is always tending to flowers. Maybe we could ask her.
No. Those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do it all. Dihua Marsh used to be full of glaze lilies. It is a sort of joyful flower that listens to human song. Before the Archon War, Dihua Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused landslides, and the land was flooded, turning it into the marsh you see now. Nearly all the glaze lilies were wiped out. Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. But very few people know that glaze lilies may still be found in the wild. Wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting, we must grind up the wild lilies and place the powder in a censer of everlasting incense. But I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers. That's correct. Your singing will surely bring out the strongest fragrance from the flowers.
So how good is your singing? Really? Why doesn't Paimon believe you?
We'll only know once he starts singing.
Hätte man auch auf Pflücken gehen können und dann die Dinger pflücken müssen. Oh hey, Wildschwein. Das rohes Fleisch habe ich immer, aber Geflügel ist irgendwie immer ein Problem. Weil ich zu doof bin, um die scheiß Vögel zu treffen.
It's time to sing whenever you're ready.
Da 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 da.
The fuck?
What happened? These flowers are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song for Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Leland? Steady
Oh ja.
By royal decree.
Ich habe noch eine Elle im Team. Ich meine, ich kann ja mal das machen.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Disappear.
I must leave.
Und ins Wasser zu der gehen war eine schlechte Idee. Ja. Von was wurde sie jetzt am Ende noch getroffen?
Glaze lilies wouldn't hit people.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower. Strange. These petals look interesting. The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value. Let's collect what we can of these petals.
Well, that's nice and all, but will those petals be useful for the rite of parting?
Unfortunately, no.
That's so lame.
Excuse me. Are you searching for glaze lilies?
Oh, hey, it's... What's her face? Paimon can't remember.
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still remember my name. Ah, that reminds me. How was your visit to the Jade Chamber?
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
Nope, we found the way on our own.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
Huh. Something seems a little off about Ganyu. She's acting different from the first time we met. Where's her serious attitude now?
Ah, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now, I am simply out on a stroll to see the flowers.
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? Why not just enjoy the gardens of the city?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry. We shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my emotions yet. When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. But 5 of those original 7 had already passed before Rex Lapis. It's truly a changing of the guard. Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first 7. The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. She is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing. This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has never had to bid farewell to its deity.
So what do you think of this farewell?
Huh? This is a little sudden. As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without Rex Lapis. But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality. Since Rex Lapis has passed, the time of Liyue's contract with the gods and Adepti has now reached its end.
Huh? Did you just say, as an Adeptus?
Yes, I am a mix of human and Qilin. Adeptus blood flows through my veins. I fought for Rex Lapis and the city of Liyue during the Archon War. After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day.
The fuck? Okay. Interessant. Samu, bist du noch im Chat? Falls ja, ich hätte eine Frage an dich.
Well, let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies? I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See, I've just picked one myself. Here, you may have it if you wish.
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this tradition well. In fact, I sang a local Liyue ballad to it.
Wow, so you really know your stuff, too. Thanks, Ganyu.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, I never thought that I would be able to contribute to the upcoming farewell for our ancient lord. If you would excuse me, I should return to my work now. Good luck.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished. Given the ease of picking glaze lilies, I think this was a fitting end to our tasks, in more ways than one.
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a business in Liyue.
I've had enough ventures in my life already. Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. And once business is at full steam, the stress of it all only wears away at you over time. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself. If left unchecked, the wear and tear on your heart may go well past mending.
Wow. See? Zhongli sounds like he's already seen it all. Alright, I think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
Ich sollte nicht so lange überlegen, wo ich mich hin teleportiere, sondern mich einfach teleportieren. Habe ich gerade davon Schaden bekommen? Wieso springen die Charaktere manchmal so schief weg?
What happened? The city gate is swarming with Millilith and the Fatui?
This atmosphere is highly abnormal. It seems as though something big has happened. We should ask around a little, just to be safe.
Oh, ein Hund. Kann man die eigentlich irgendwie streicheln? Ne, nicht mit R. So auch nicht. Da ist eine Puppe. Ich habe nicht dran gedacht, dass die Puppen explodieren.
Ah, you're the consultant to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume. The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act rashly.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city. However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo-Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you. Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
Things are taking a turn for the worse. I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control for the moment. Consider your next course of action carefully, Traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword.
Jetzt muss ich an Assassin's Creed 3 denken. Da gab es auch eine Mission, wo man Bürgerkrieg in Anführungszeichen verhindern musste. Was natürlich nicht funktioniert hat.
So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse? Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him. He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching to do something really bad. But where could we find him now? Where would he go at a time like this?
Ich sollte mal wieder mein Team in Ordnung bringen. So.
Ready when you are.
Ist schön, jetzt 3 Stufe 50 Charaktere zu haben. Was brauche ich eigentlich bei ihr? Ah ja, da komme ich noch nicht ran. Glaube ich. Schmarrn, da komme ich noch nicht ran. Natürlich komme ich da ran. Aber nicht heute. Vielleicht ganz am Ende des Streams kann ich den Boss nochmal machen. Aber jetzt gerade kann ich keinen Boss machen, weil ich nicht Poplar genug habe. Ja, das Schwert ist schon immer so viel gewobbelt. Muss ich eigentlich hoch? Oder warte mal, was mache ich? Große Überraschung, das hat weniger geholfen als erwartet. Ah, Hunde. Ich finde die nicht mal jetzt so hübsch. Hübsche Villa. Oh Gott. Ja doch, ich nehme das Team.
Wow! This is the Golden House?
Da ist ein Drache.
It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora. This is where all of Tibet's Mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing. Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true. Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be.
Wo kommt eigentlich dieses Zitat her?
Exuvia? Huh? Look! What happened here? Uh-oh. Paimon smells trouble. Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
Okay, ich kann drüber latschen, aber ich kann nicht damit interagieren. Gut zu wissen. Wieso gibt es hier 4 Türen? Führen die anderen Türen irgendwo hin? Nein.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way.
Ja, schade. Er war mir nämlich eigentlich relativ sympathisch.
Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort? Stopping the Mora Mints, hiding away the Exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a Harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Was ist in Mondstadt passiert? Ich habe die Story nicht mehr im Kopf.
Good. I won't kill you, traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there? Fighting talk, I love it! Now let's see you live up to it. This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with a Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint. opportunity. How unbecoming.
Hat er einen Bogen? Er hat einen Bogen und er ist Wasser. Ich will ihn. Oh, come on. Er fällt da drauf rein. Das ist sehr angenehm. Hallo? Jetzt so.
Celestial Voyager. Passable effort. Run all you like. Wind blade. Made some progress. Not bad. You've got a Haha. Good. No wonder Senora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now,
Jetzt hat er
show me
Elektro.
what you can do against the might of a harbinger.
Was ist das? Das ist nicht normales Elektro. Wieso?
Gotcha. Eat this.
That's cheating.
Raging tide. All you do is run. No use hiding back there. Freeze. Don't push your luck. Cool it. Don't get frostbite.
So. Ich habe natürlich wieder vergessen, irgendwas anzumachen, was mir mehr... Oh, ich habe nichts gekocht. Ja, das ist ein Problem.
Dodge this. I'll crush you. Wind blade. No use hiding back there. Something else catch your eye?
Not so hard.
Gotcha. All you do is run.
No one escapes my... That's cheating. Bet you can't keep up with me.
Wieso macht das jetzt viermal?
Cool it.
Oz, reveal thyself.
You've got some skills. Got you. No use hiding back there. Freeze. Something else catch your eye? I'll crush you. Dodge this. Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get. Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected. Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now. I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
This is going to cost you!
Ah, okay. Ja, das ist ein Problem. Musik ist episch nebenbei. Oh, ich dachte, er wird wieder springen. Ich finde es übrigens interessant, dass er 2 Elemente hat, also Wasser und Elektro. Ich dachte eigentlich, das wäre so die Besonderheit von dem Traveler, dass er mehrere Elemente nutzen kann, weil er nicht von der Welt kommt. Also, weil er quasi aus einer anderen Welt kommt. Das ist gefährlich.
Oh, so sorry.
Ja, ich bleib einfach bei Fernkampf. In den meisten Kämpfen habe ich das Gefühl, ist der Bogen richtig schlecht, aber für die meisten Bosse ist der Bogen gefühlt richtig gut.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh. Das war ein bisschen mehr Schaden als erwartet. Also erstmal füttern und vollstopfen. Bringt beides 300. Weg. Ich darf mich echt von der Attacke nicht mehr treffen lassen. Und von der auch nicht. Oh, noch einer.
Die here.
This cruel fate befits not one of royal blood.
So. Alle meine Chars sind schon wieder am Sterben. Was habe ich denn gerade für eine Mission bitte abgeschlossen? Da, easy.
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity.
Wodurch genau wird das erklärt, dass er zwei Elemente nutzen kann?
Left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the
Ich will ihn haben. Ich will ihn als
Perhaps it
Charakter
was never
haben.
in the Exuvia to begin with.
Er ist doch ein spielbarer Charakter,
It
oder?
might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately,
Du bist
we cannot be
komisch.
picky about our methods as Fatui harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the GR Archon in the Archon War. and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god would be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
Ist Morix und Rex Lapis jetzt dasselbe? Ich bin verwirrt.
How can an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey, those are sigils of permission! Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
Könnte man eigentlich rein theoretisch jetzt schon das dritte Element haben? Oder muss man die Story hier erst abschließen, dass man in das Gebiet kommt, in dem man dann das dritte Element bekommt?
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Ich sehe einen Fisch und bekomme Hunger. Was ist falsch mit mir?
That guy is fast. What's going on?
Süß. So. Nein, bitte, bitte lass mich kochen.
Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House. We really wouldn't. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Gensin. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary. So will the power of the Gensin, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is not necessarily.
What? But all of you are supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Gensin did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now.
Bitte lass mich kochen. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Aha.
The Fatui! They're attacking the Guizhong ballista!
Hallo. Okay, ich darf nicht kochen. Na super.
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced the god in several millennia. Let one see what you are made of then. What strength remains within you? One wishes to witness. Windblade!
Das war verbuggt.
Looks like I went too far.
Ja genau, triff einfach gar nichts. Tschüssi. Ist noch irgendwo einer? Nee. Wieder in die Mitte. Schön zentral.
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
Das hätte auch früher gesagt werden können.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
I dare you to dodge this! No slacking off!
The ancient god's attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We can't look!
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
Don't lose heart.
Wieso halten die plötzlich so viel mehr aus?
This is dental energy. That light from your body. It's like the time in Julian Cars. Wow, it's Madame King's shockwave. This granny's really strong.
The wind!
I guess this is it.
Yeah! Yeah!
Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might. I too did this during the Archon War.
So this is what Ganya's like in a fight.
Was wird das?
My name means swiftness.
Ist gut, dass dein Name Geschwindigkeit bedeutet. Ich muss mal kurz meine Charaktere heilen. Das wäre echt angenehm, wenn ich vorher was hören können. Hallo! Ein Katzenmensch. Schön, einen Katzenmensch im Chat zu haben.
Push your luck.
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use it in battle.
Fail.
Cool it. This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Exercise caution. I fear that the god's power has reached its peak.
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
Ja, das sind ja Gegner.
Oh, so sorry.
The Fatui's numbers are thinning!
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
Warte mal, ich verbrauche die ganze Zeit gar keine Ausdauer. Fällt mir ja jetzt erst auf.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
Ah, okay, danke. Das habe ich mitbekommen, dass die mir geholfen haben, aber ich habe nicht verstanden, was das bringt. Wo kommen die ganzen Soldaten her? Das ist seltsam.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
Ich bin sehr traurig. Ich habe gegen einen auf einen gleich.
Is it finally over?
So. Ich habe einen Kampf gegen einen Riesenfisch erwartet. Einen epischen Kampf gegen einen Riesenfisch. Schade. Egal. Oh, cool.
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. but I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
Right! That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millilith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millilith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection. But it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, Conqueror of Demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Chising will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh?
Aber was ist mit Rex Lapis?
Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own, so Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death, too? Hyman doesn't get it. Like, isn't the strongest lead we have the Adeptiless rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's gone. Let's ask for him at Wangshan Funeral Parlor.
Okay. Wir haben so viele Errungenschaften gerade freigeschalten. What the hell? Okay. Wie sieht's denn eigentlich aus? Wie viel haben wir denn bereits? Wir haben hier 900 und da unten, wenn ich mal kurz auf den Händler gehe. Und wir können von denen nochmal 2 holen. Ist irgendwas von den anderen Sachen hier? Oh. Ja, die Sachen kann man sich auch anders besorgen. Nee, ich nehme ja. 2 davon. So, wir haben jetzt 7. Ich habe mir 2 von denen geholt, gell? Oh Gott, ich bin Katastrophe. Ja doch, ich habe mir 2 von denen geholt, okay. Ja genau, 7. Das heißt, wir brauchen noch... Hey, ich habe mal einen Vogel mit dem Schwert gekillt. Ich wusste gar nicht, dass das geht. Ich dachte mal, die fliegen viel zu schnell weg. Ich habe die mal versucht, mit dem Bogen zu killen. Okay, ich laufe gegen die Wand, während ich einen Chat schaue. Auch gut. So. Das ist Wasser.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangshan Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble. We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
Dieser Zoom-Out, ich pausiere das mal kurz, dieser Zoom-Out, der wird normalerweise immer dazu verwendet, um anzudeuten, dass jemand beobachtet wird. Oder unter anderem. Ah, super, war das Ende der Cutscene. Frage ist halt, von wem werden wir beobachtet? Oder machen sie es einfach bloß, weil so ein Zoom-Out schön aussieht? Ich meine, das kann natürlich auch sein. Vielleicht denke ich da jetzt auch zu viel rein, interpretiere da zu viel rein. Oh, wo zur Hölle muss ich hin? Nee, hier ist es auch nicht. Ich bin verwirrt. Fängt ja wieder gut an. Jetzt bin ich, glaube ich, richtig, ja.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
The boat can't be long now.
You call this cooperation between Harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that. Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you! You're also one of the Harbingers?
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name.
Ich kann mich absolut nicht mehr an sie erinnern. Aber das liegt vielleicht auch daran, dass es schon etwas her ist, dass ich die ganze Mondstadt-Saga gespielt habe. Nämlich ein bisschen über ein Jahr.
Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
No, don't let her get to you. You've yet to gather the powers of all 7 elements, and our last battle at the Golden House was almost more than you could handle. So it might be best to keep things peaceful this time, seeing that 2 of the Harbingers are here.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Welches Auge
Oh, now
geklaut?
don't say that.
Ich kann mich nicht
Sure,
mehr dran
I may have
erinnern.
misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end. Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on.
Ich habe mir kein neues Essen gemacht. Das heißt, ich bin jetzt hier wieder an der Stelle, wo vermutlich gleich ein Kampf kommt. Und alles, was ich an Heilmitteln habe, sind Äpfel.
So actually, I think... Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
Ah, mich verwirren die Namen. Wer ist Morax?
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract
Ist Songli
fulfilled.
Morax?
That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
Komischer Vogel. Der sieht nicht nach einem Herz aus. Der sieht aus wie ein Turm. Also, Schach. Ja genau, das dachte ich eben auch. Oh, oh, oh. Ich stand sogar da.
Wait, that's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky and all of Lyric goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Ich bin verwirrt.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come, until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Chising to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue. Indeed I was. The Gnosis, which I had kept for so many years, suddenly seemed to have lost its meaning. That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Chising, but in the end, they even made efforts to understand the hearts of the people. Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue as divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all.
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark.
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo Archon, Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight? Hey, haven't you learned the Liyue saying, don't always call it as you see it?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
So, super. Jetzt wird erstmal gekocht.
Today's the day of the rite of parting.
Ja.
Although the star of the show is fake, we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Katze, hallo. Ich find's schade, dass man mit den Tieren nicht hintergeht. Ich glaube, ich habe das bis jetzt in jedem Stream gesagt. Ich höre auf, es zu sagen. Ist hier nicht irgendwo ein Topf gewesen? Ne, warte, hier war der komische Tisch. Ist hier wirklich nirgends ein Topf? Muss ich jetzt aufs Land raus, um einen Topf zu finden? Das kann doch nicht wahr sein. Oh. Ja. Genial. Was bringen die eigentlich, die Geosiegel? Ich habe schon so viele von denen. Das sind nicht die Geosiegel. Wo sind die Geosiegel? Ah. Ist das Löwenzahnsamen? Nee, das sind keine Geosiegel. Ist das hier alphabetisch sortiert? Nee, natürlich nicht. Okay, keine Ahnung, wo ich die Geosiegel finden kann. Da unten ist eine Kiste und da ist ein Topf. Nee, das ist eine Fackel. Warte mal, das ist kein normaler. Ist gut, dass ich direkt in den Kampf reingehe, wenn ich gerade auf der Suche nach einem Topf bin, um mir mehr Nahrung herzustellen. Da unten steht auch noch einer, der ignoriert mich momentan noch. Dagegen große Gegner sind einfach Bogenschützen die besten. Kann man schön auf Distanz bleiben und die langsam weghauen. Für diese Zeit-Challenge ist es ziemlich gut. Oh, ja, stimmt. Oh Gott. Hallo, ich nehme mir das mal kurz, danke. Innen drin kann man kochen, gell? Ja, hier. Oh mein Gott. Ich stelle mich schon wieder an. Unglaublich. So. Wir brauchen was für Angriff. Oder? Warte mal kurz. Was brauche ich dafür? Dafür brauche ich Marmelade. Und für Marmelade brauche ich Zucker. Warte mal, ich habe... hier erhalten. Sonst noch irgendwas? Okay, wir stellen nochmal neuen Zucker her. 15. Und neue Marmelade. Und dann machen wir das hier. Das... Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass das schmeckt, wenn man das so in einen Topf reinpackt. Also vor allem Tannenzapfen, Kartoffel, ungeschält, ungeschnitten und dann Marmelade im Glas. Lecker Glasscherben. So. Damit hätte ich wieder ein paar Heil-Items. Dann das nächste, was ich wollte, ist mehr davon. Das sind auch Heil-Items. Und dann, ich glaube, ich habe für Angriff und Verteidigung auch nicht mehr wirklich viel. Also stelle ich mir da auch ein paar her. Aber die muss ich natürlich jetzt auch wieder manuell herstellen. Oh, von denen konnte ich nur eins herstellen, na super. Oh, wie komme ich denn Tofu her? Ah, kann man bloß kaufen, okay. Macht natürlich Sinn. Tofu in der Wildnis finden wäre ein bisschen komisch. Ich meine, das ist ja quasi Käse, nur halt aus manchmal denke ich einfach nicht mit, wenn ich was mache. So, für was brauche ich Ei? Ei brauche ich für das. Ei bräuchte ich hierfür. Ansonsten ist ja dann... Ja, ich werde noch genügend Eier finden, so ist es nicht. Oh, das ist unglaublich. So. Du hältst mit etwas Glück besondere Gerichte. Was soll das denn heißen? The fuck ist das? Ah, die Wahrscheinlichkeit ist gleich hoch. So. Okay. Damit sollte ich jetzt erstmal genügend haben. Und ich habe hier wieder irgendwas, was ich hier einsammeln kann. So, lass mal kurz schauen, wie viel habe ich denn jetzt überhaupt gemacht. Also ich habe 16 mal das, 14 mal das, 20 das und was auch immer das hier ist. Ah. Das ist eine bessere Version, okay. Interessant. Ich glaube, bei Wiederbelebungs-Items ist es relativ egal, wie gut die sind, weil wenn ich irgendeinem Charakter ein Wiederbelebungs-Item gibt, dann stopfe ich dem sowieso immer ein Heil-Item direkt hinterher. Wir gehen auch hoch. Runterspringen ist immer angenehmer als hochlaufen. Es sei denn, ich habe keine Ausdauer. Und fall mal wieder zu meinem Tod. Wie schon so oft passiert ist. Das ist eine Kiste.
What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain?
Mit welchem muss ich reden? Mit beiden?
Oh, well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
Nö. Haben sie nicht.
So Rex Lapis is really...
Nö, ist er nicht.
But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Es gibt
Oh,
keinen.
come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think? I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
Ja, der könnte es tatsächlich irgendwie so sein.
They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look,
So,
the
ich muss
Millelith
kurz
over
weg,
there
ich
looks
komm
like
gleich
he's
wieder.
about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
What if Master finds out? Please be mindful of your personal safety.
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication. I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
What if Master finds out?
I created another universe and founded paradise for I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
So, da bin ich wieder.
Hear ye all, the Chising's words.
Oh, ich hab nicht.
Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not, and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors, or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said.
Ich auch.
So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something you just made up on the spot. Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead?
Würde Sinn machen.
Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands?
Würde Sinn machen. Ah. Das war gerade, wer die Tageszeit sich geändert hat. Sowas war vorhin auch schon mal und da war ich voll verwirrt. Okay. Das ist aber seltsam, dass das so ein komischer Übergang dann ist.
Exactly, right?
Oder auch nicht.
Seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look. Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our
Ich mag sie immer noch nicht.
among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young. The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa!
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
Der hat eine Stimme?
And to think I'd put my best perfume on before coming here, thinking you'd like it. But it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be offered to Rex Lapis. Well, that's fine. Suffer no rivals in love, they say. And that's 3 gone in 1 stroke.
Rex Lapis. Oh, Rex Lapis. Now that I think about it, if everyone's of the same mind as me, perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
Okay.
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made. I believe that future generations will say so too when our deeds come up for their review.
The cleanup of the premises, managing the crowds as they exit, making an account of the rite. There's much that remains to be done. I didn't miss anything, did I?
Du hast alles vergessen.
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful.
Why, you? Were you just trying to look cool earlier, or are you really that selfless? If you were looking for someone, you could have just told me that in private.
Falsche Richtung. Nee. Soll nicht nochmal passieren.
Hey, Zhongli! Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Xinye kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Xinye kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do like the Mora. As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
Oh, no wonder! Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you. That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed. Yes, the nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the Shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
Shogun ist im japanischen Bereich sowas wie ein König, wenn ich es richtig im Kopf habe. Kann da mal in den Kommentaren vielleicht jemand, der genauer Bescheid weiß, mich korrigieren, falls es falsch ist.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Anemo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods. And of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo Archon's power.
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to
Eigentlich
an
nicht. Nee.
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Chising to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
War klar.
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Kuching is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti, could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
No, das ist alles doch.
I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
Oh nee. Ah, das schon wieder. Ist es schon wieder soweit? Können wir schon wieder nichts mehr machen. Okay. Oh, nochmal. Bisschen Urgestein. Sehr schön. Ich bin falsch. Hier ist richtig. So, Stufe 30 brauchen wir. Und hierfür brauchen wir... Hä? Was für andere Aufgaben? Ah, die hier. Und die hier. Warte mal kurz. Ich bin verwirrt. Hä? Wir können ja auch noch einen Legendenauftrag machen, oder? Wie ist denn das? Spiele ich bei den Legendenaufträgen als der Charakter, für den ich den Legendenauftrag mache? Oder erfahre ich einfach nur mehr über den Charakter? Ich meine ja immer. Oh, warte mal kurz. Hä? Ich brauche 2 Schlüssel. Okay. Dann machen wir keine Legendenaufträge, dann machen wir... Was ist das? Und er kann ja zu Hause 1. Keine Ahnung. Ich bin am Überlegen, entweder wir machen jetzt den. Was ist das? Ah, ja. Ach du Scheiße. Was kommt da jetzt gerade alles ran? Ist das was Temporäres? Was? So wie das aussieht, ist das ein spezielles temporäres Event. Dann mache ich das jetzt direkt. Auch wenn es so wie ich das jetzt gerade gesehen habe, gar keine Punkte gibt.
Children, come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Ich gehe mir kurz ein Wasser holen.
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even.
Child ist momentan nicht
You
anwesend.
mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you.
Ja, ich habe jetzt 2 der 7 Elemente
I've not yet
bekommen.
grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy.
Raumerschaffung.
Oh, did my friends never mention that to you?
Welche
Well
Freunde?
then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world.
Warte, ich dachte, sie wäre kein Adepti. Ist sie doch einer? Ich bin verwirrt.
The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
So, in the eyes of an Adeptus, creating a magic teapot world
Also
is
ist doch ein
child's
Adepti.
play,
Okay.
huh?
Indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need. What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find them at well. For starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glaze lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glaze lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, smaragdus jadeite is an adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
Oh, die weiß um wen's geht.
Counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe
Okay, ich wusste doch nicht wer. Schade.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yanfei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yanfei, I believe you already heard of the Traveler and his traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui. Before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Chiseng. What a shame.
The fuck?
A shame that we didn't meet sooner.
Okay.
If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yanfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yanfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yanfei. She's always been like this, ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Feuer.
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, Let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any at all.
Is that so? But Smaragdus Jadeite is really rather essential. Yenfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement.
Was hat die da auf der Hand?
Let me have a look.
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Crossel. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some.
Es gibt ja die 7. Und die haben ja alle eine Drachenform. Ist sie die Tochter von einem der 7?
Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy.
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her.
Wo muss ich hin? Falsch. Ja, das ist doch markiert. Ich weiß nicht wieso, ich habe irgendwie nach einem gelben Marker gesucht. Das blaue Ausrufezeichen heißt, dass ich da eine Quest annehmen kann, gell? Das war ein Fail. Du? Nee. Ist ja auch weiter hier drüben. Hier hin. Was ist das? Achso, ne, warte, das ist nix. Ah, hier oben. So, wir müssen ja eh jetzt ein paar Sidequests machen, also kann ich die ja gleich mal alle annehmen. Du auch. So.
Mr. Crossell. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus Jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhi Qiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Wait, isn't Smaragdus Jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhi Qiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus Jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhi Qiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhi Qiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
Es gab hier ja eigentlich einen... Hier? Nee, was falsch. Oh mein Gott, es gibt neue Stimmen. Kann ich auch gleich machen, dann habe ich da das Ausrufezeichen, nicht mehr das Nervige. Hier. Nein. Der ist sie. Die hat hier so Schuppen und da so Schuppen. Und es sieht auch irgendwie aus, als wär's Drache. Was ist das hier? Nein, natürlich nicht. Dann ist es oben. Ne, hier ist es auch nicht. So, jetzt. Dann muss hier oben drauf. Wie komme ich oben drauf? Muss ich da von der anderen Seite? Ja, ich muss da von der anderen Seite. Oder ich versuche hier hoch zu klettern. Ja, das kann funktionieren.
Oh, whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Miss Zhi Qiao?
We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins. I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of money on such short notice. My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of deja vu?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Miss Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Juqiao somehow. True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Ja. Geh los und
I
such die
finished reading
Dinger.
the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossell the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh no.
Uh-oh. Juqiao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please. Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item and I should pay compensation per the contract. However much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossell in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Miss Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment in this matter.
Also mit anderen Worten, ist es eine Fälschung, weil ansonsten wäre es nicht so gut für sie, wenn sie das berühren würde. Habe ich das richtig verstanden? Sie ist ja ganz offensichtlich ein Mensch.
Smooth to the touch. Finest quality jade. No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossell's.
Das ist natürlich bitter. Weil ich meine, der hat ein richtiges Problem.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About that.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Truly I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes, and if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossell.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
Hallo Katze. Ich muss einen Sitzplatz finden, oder? Hier kann man sich doch hinsetzen. Reicht nicht? Dann habe ich echt keine Ahnung, was gerade von mir verlangt wird. Verstehe. Okay. Das ist ein Problem. Dann müssen wir nach anderen Klasse suchen, die wir machen können. Machen wir die hier mal. Was ist das? Angereicht. Ah, okay. Wie ist das eigentlich auf meiner Karte, das Ding da hinten markiert? Das muss ich doch gerade echt nicht verfolgen. Der schon wieder. ist unglaublich. Gott. Gut, dann die nächste Quest. 30 Meter in die Richtung. Wieso muss ich denn eine Quest fertig machen, dass ich mit dem Charakter reden kann für eine andere Quest? Vor allem, woher weiß ich denn, welcher Charakter gemeint ist? Beziehungsweise... Ach du Scheiße, was ist das jetzt? Oh Gott. Ach du Scheiße. Nächste Quest. Oh, wir können hier weitermachen. Perfekt. Und ich wollte noch nachschauen, ist das Neue. Erhöht die Verteidigung aller Truppenmitglieder. Oh, und das ist relativ viel. Okay. Ich habe 3 Stück davon gleich, das ist gut. Ah, das ist das Traurigste an der ganzen Sache. Ich war sogar an der richtigen Stelle. Ich komme Anfang.
What is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the Orin laid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus Jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus Jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus Jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yunfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track. It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my
Wir sind jetzt in
formal terms
Deutschland
of engagement.
angekommen.
Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yunfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
Ja, wir sind in Deutschland.
Alright, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geoenergy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone who processes ore? Ah, I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossel had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
Hey, du schon wieder.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh, it's you, Miss Yenfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnayan merchant named Crossel enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnayan merchant named Crossel, you say? I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Ist doch eigentlich alles, was ich brauche, so ein... Ist das dein Ernst? Du hast die einfach hier draußen liegen. Das sind solche großen Brocken. Ist ja nur so ziemlich das wertvollste Erz.
If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings. Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever.
Is that so? Well, we might as well give elemental sight a shot. So, did you find anything?
Ich vergesse mal komplett, dass es diese Fähigkeit überhaupt gibt. Ich glaube, ich habe die noch nie wirklich genutzt. Also halt immer bloß aus Versehen oben drauf geklickt.
They really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But, never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossel...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
Also es ist relativ wertloser. Warte mal kurz, habe ich davon nicht schon was im Inventar? Die sehen gerade so bekannt aus. Wo finde ich die? Hier. Das sind die. Was ist das? Ah, genau. Und das ist das, womit ich es verwechselt habe. Okay. Hoppla, falscher Tab hier. Ja, okay. Sieht doch anders aus. Falsche Richtung.
Miss Yenfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire,
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus Jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk Smaragdus Jadeite, uncut.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why you need them?
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yenfei, but might I know the nature of the incident on this occasion?
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossell won't dare try to deny what he did.
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more compelling. If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Nope. Aha! Got it! Sinxi. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit.
Well, that was quick. How come you know so many people?
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Ja,
Yes,
deswegen
well,
muss man es ja
that's no
studieren.
obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices.
You memorized them?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know?
Ja, Ärzte merken sich den Namen von jedem Knochen im menschlichen Körper. Und Leute, die im Recht arbeiten, müssen sich halt jedes Gesetz merken.
Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like reading things.
Again with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Sinxi.
Wohin der lang? Ich muss mal kurz in den Händler reinschauen, weil ich glaube nämlich. Also einen kann ich auf jeden Fall kaufen. Aber die Sache ist, ich kann nur genau einen kaufen. Das heißt, ich kann wieder nicht ziehen. Also 2 Stück bräuchte ich noch, um ziehen zu können. Ich will nämlich jetzt dann gleich aufhören zu streamen. Ich bin am Überlegen, ob es vielleicht Sinn machen wird, wenn wir lieber erstmal die Quests machen, die hier viel Urgestein bringen. Sowas hier. Was ist denn bitte kaltes Gourmetfleisch?
Oh, Miss Yenfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time,
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossell asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossell? Yes, I remember him.
Find's
He's a
lustig, wie...
merchant from Snezhnaya, no?
Aha.
Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Inksy, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossell commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossell wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinksy. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again.
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make
the weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
Hier war noch irgendwas. Ach, das ist das Ding hier vorne, oder? Ja. Man kann hier teilweise drin stehen. Warte mal. Wenn der Traveler da drin stehen kann, dann kann der doch bestimmt hier überall drin stehen, oder? Der kann hier echt einfach rumlatschen. Na super. Ich mache mir jedes Mal Sorgen, dass ich untergehe, wenn ich reinspringe.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs. And if it isn't Miss Yenfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stones abundant. Anyway, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder Miss Yenfei. If your pressing business might be related to the Snezhnayan merchant?
Ah, you needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
Hallo, herzlich willkommen im Stream.
Take care now.
That Baizhu guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossel.
Das sah gerade ultra weird aus. Nicht hochklettern. War doch unten, oder? Nicht, dass ich jetzt runterspringen und gleich wieder hoch darf. Ja, war da vorne.
You can't beat the atmosphere here and...
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossel, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Smaragdus Nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake? I demand to see your evidence.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question.
Was? Wieso ich?
This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus Nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus Jadeite. So I had him cut away the Nephrite, he returned the valuable Jadeite core to me, and some Nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next?
Hard evidence, something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him, Traveler.
Warte mal. Soll ich nochmal auf dasselbe
My
drücken?
hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus Jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And
Ja, das war
You
noch
know,
richtig
you
schlecht,
could be
das eigentlich, wenn ich drüber
Perhaps the
nachdenke.
hairpins are the real deal after all.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors?
What's this?
Smaragdus jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item, I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine Smaragdus jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
Yep, he's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus jadeite, in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation, too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Zhiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
Exactly! If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Ms. Zerchow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus jadeite.
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
Ms. Zhiqiao, you...
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn this Smaragdus jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go. But whatever. It'll do.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yunfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more appropriately.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Well, that's that.
Schöne
And we've
Geschichte.
got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents. Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution. An Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
Okay. Und wieder hoch.
Ah, you've returned. How did it go? Were you able to find the Smaragdus Jadeite? Good, good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you. All right then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis. Ah, indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Ah, Liyue is not the same place I once knew. All right, then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all. Just wait here for a moment. There we go. This Serenity Pot is all yours now. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively inside.
Wait a minute, Granny! How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot. She will explain everything you need to know about it.
Okay. Na super. Ach, warte. Heißt das freigeschalten, dass das so blinkt? Nämlich Insel. Okay. How the fuck nutze ich die Teekanne? Die Kanne ist kaputt. Was ist das hier? Wie kann ich die Teekanne denn nutzen? Wie betrete ich die? The fuck? Was steht da? Da steht was, ich habe das bis jetzt noch nicht lesen können. Hey. Egal. So, wir machen die Quest hier. Oder auch nicht, weil ich keine Ahnung habe, wie ich kaltes Gourmetfleisch bekomme. Kann ich das vielleicht irgendwo einkaufen? Ich lasse jetzt die scheiß Teekanne einfach da stehen. Ich hoffe, die wird dann irgendwann zu mir teleportiert. Oder so, keine Ahnung. Weil ich meine, ich kann sie nicht bewegen, ich kann sie nicht wieder einsammeln, ich kann nicht rein. Ich kann nur ihr Design umstellen, aber das bringt mir ja auch nichts. Also halt wirklich so überhaupt nichts. Ja. So, hier mal durchschauen. Dafür sind die Geosiegel. Jetzt verstehe ich's. Ja, gut. Ich lasse das mal. Okay. Hoppla, ich will eigentlich mit dir reden. Lass mich bitte reden. Jetzt. Oh Gott. Scheiße. Oh. Guten Tag da unten. Ich kann mit dem gar nicht interagieren, weil er so weit in den Boden gesunken ist. Kommt bestimmt bald wieder ein Patch. Garnelenfleisch, Tofu. Tofu brauchte ich für irgendwas, aber ich habe jetzt schon wieder vergessen, für was. Wir nehmen einfach mal 20 mit. Ich meine, ich habe ja die Moore, so ist es ja nicht. Das hier ist bloß fertiges Essen. Können wir hier eigentlich... Das war nicht, was ich erwartet habe. Ich habe irgendwie Nahrung erwartet und nicht ein Schwert. Ich will mir echt mal ein paar Rezepte kaufen. Einfach bloß, dass ich mir auswahl. Ja doch, das mache ich jetzt auch. Ich kaufe mir ein paar Rezepte. So.
Nero's really got a lot going. I want a new toy.
Hier konnte man Drachen kaufen. Brauche ich nicht. Ich habe absolut keine Ahnung, was kaltes Gourmetfleisch ist und wo ich das herbekomme. Was ist das hier? Permafrostbaum. Oh, da könnte ich... da könnte ich eventuell mal hin und die ganzen roten Dinger abgeben. Die ich angesammelt habe. Das würde vielleicht Sinn machen. Hier, die hier. Der wächst jetzt ein bisschen. Oder? Ne, er blinkt einmal. Oh, er ist doch gewachsen, oder? Nee, er blinkt nur. Okay. Einsammeln und einsammeln. Oh, das ist interessant. So. Wenn ich das gerade richtig gesehen habe, dann haben wir hier eins bekommen, genau. Das können wir gleich einsetzen. Und wir haben dafür einen Bogen bekommen. Und 15 Sternstaub. Damit können wir doch gleich mal kurz in den Händler gehen und... ich brauche noch viel mehr Sternstaub. Und Urgestein bräuchte ich auch viel mehr. Okay, dann würde ich sagen, machen wir eine andere Quest, weil ich absolut keine Ahnung habe, wie ich an zinkhaltes Gourmetfleisch rankomme. Ich kann auch hier nachschauen, ob das hier vielleicht zu kaufen gibt. Hier gibt es ja auch einen Händler. Ah ja, ich hab absolut keine Ahnung, wie ich da rankommen soll. Ich weiß nicht mal, wie ich an Gourmetfleisch rankomme. Nee, hier gibt es auch nichts. Bei ihm eh nicht. Ah, das brauche ich doch, oder? Egal. Oder warte mal. Also, erstmal schaue ich, was das ist. Oh, was ist das denn? What the fuck? Ist das ein Bogen? Ich habe überhaupt keine Ahnung, was das ist. Wie viel kosten die denn? Ich habe davon ja ein paar. Ja, aber die kann ich mir auch morgen holen. Muss ich jetzt nicht holen. Das Sternbild auf der anderen Seite ist sehr interessant. Windschwert ist meine Ehe. Richtig. Das hier ist Windschwert. Ich wusste nicht mal, dass man das doch draufklicken auslösen kann. Ruhe vor dem Sturm und Windschwert. Ja, das ist... Okay. Das hat nichts gebracht.
What's the hurry?
Is this an answer from this world?
Ich meine, es kann ja nicht irgendwas sein, was man nur an einer bestimmten Stelle im Spiel bekommen kann. Weil sonst hätte ich ja einen Wegmarker vermutlich.
Bet you can't keep up with me. I'll race you there.
Ist doch gar nichts. Oh, die haben einen großen Radius, in dem sie verscheucht werden.
Bet you can't keep up with me. Oz, reveal thyself.
Wie bekomme ich das? Okay, Drachengrad. Macht Sinn. Wir können ja mal den Teleporter hier, wenn wir schon mal im Drachengrad sind, gleich freischalten. So. Ja, da müsste ich lang. Das wird ein bisschen schwer.
A
wonderful sight indeed. Why, it reminds me of my homeworld, where at the sight of the Prinzessin der Verurteilung, the very blood and tears of sinners.
So, ich muss ganz kurz nochmal weg, ich komme gleich wieder. Ich hoffe, ich friere in der Zeit nicht.
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look. Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this. Strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
So, da bin ich wieder. Wir müssen in die Richtung hier. Was ist das da oben? Also man kann es schon mal nicht abschießen. Das ist, wonach ich suche. Okay. Perfekt. Das ist unangenehm.
Let it rain. By royal decree.
Gibt's hier irgendwo eine Feuerstelle, die ich schnell anmachen kann? Scheiße, ich bin schon wieder am Erfrieren. Das kann doch nicht wahr sein. Ah. Da unten. Hallo. Was ist mit den Töpfen hier? Keine Ahnung. So, muss ich den Kampf jetzt neu starten? Bitte nicht. Ja, natürlich muss ich den neu starten.
Push your luck.
Okay.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Not so hard! No one escapes my sight!
Dodge this! Don't push your luck!
Runter, 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 runter. Ich muss dahin. Wo ist es? War es nicht hier? Doch, da. Uff. Oh Gott.
I'll keep this close.
In die Höhle geht's gar nicht rein. Auch gut. Aber damit hätte ich immerhin die Quest hier geschafft. Das ist doch schon mal was. Und hier ist noch so ein Fire Spirit. Den kann ich auch gleich machen.
Is this an answer from this world?
Das könnte ein Problem sein. Das ist aber nicht sehr gut. Mit dem muss ich mich jetzt nicht anlegen. So. Wir wollen eine Quest machen. Es überrascht mich immer, wie schnell das Spiel beim Teleportieren lädt. Das brauche ich nicht bei ihm kaufen. Nein, 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 ich will kochen. So. Was muss ich machen? Das hier. Ja, es ist ja sehr praktisch, dass etwas derartiges existiert. Schade, dass ich das nicht vorher wusste. Ich meine, ich bin ja vor ein paar Streams nur irgendwie 10-mal erfroren. Nicht. Nein. Jetzt. Das, so. So ist gut. Es ist 21:30 Uhr. Ist das ein Problem?
Want a taste of my hammer? Freeze! Freeze! I'm not careless. Freeze! What's the hurry? The wrong test subject. Should replace my hammer.
Oh, so schon. Okay. Das war 40 Uhr Steinwert. Komische Mission. Ich habe immer noch keine Ahnung, wie ich das hier machen soll. Machen wir das als nächstes. Das sind 3 Questmarker. Ich meine, es ist vermutlich nicht so sinnvoll, von hier über den Teleporter und dann hierher und dann erst dahin zu gehen. Aber ich werde das jetzt trotzdem machen. Und wenn ich schon mal dran vorbeilaufe, nehme ich den Spirit natürlich auch gleich mit, weil wieso nicht? So.
A reward on the road.
Haben die Dinger in dem Moment, wo man sie einsammelt, Collision? Habe ich das gerade richtig gesehen? Oh, und ich laufe in die falsche Richtung. Egal. Ich habe hier überall noch nicht anständig erkundet, also ist es gerade wurscht. Ich meine, ich kann gehen, wohin ich will. Ich werde überall irgendwas finden. Echt da gerade falsch angekommen? Schon, oder? Nee, ich glaube nicht mal. Krass. Oh no. Oh no, das ist ein Problem. Schaffen wir es? Das schaffen wir, okay. Sehr gut.
By royal decree.
It is set. Freshness preserved. 2 warm. Slacking off.
Dodge this!
get tracked down by Outrider Amber.
Was gibt's denn hier an sich drin? Nichts, was mich interessiert. Okay. Sieht ein bisschen aus, als wäre es da, wer dann auffällt. Ah, die Zuckerblumen muss ich unbedingt einsammeln. Das ist die falsche Blume, egal. Nehme ich auch mit. Ich habe das fast nicht gesehen. Das habe ich schon gesehen, aber das andere nicht. Da war ja offensichtlich noch eins. Nee, warte, das wollte ich machen. Das Spiel ist einfach so brutal zu den armen Tieren. Ich nehme die Kiste mit und da ist irgendwas, wofür ich Feuer brauche. Das nehme ich auch mit. Wie gehe ich das am besten an? Hier reinspringen, oder? Okay, ich habe keinen Schaden verursacht. Wer fehlt noch außer dem Viech? Hier hinten sind noch welche.
Cool it! This moment will be frozen in time. A reward on the road.
Hier oben. Mal wieder irgendwas. Was aber nicht ausreicht, um mir eine Stufe zu geben. Ah, das ist interessant. Ich nutze die auch nie. Ich könnte die eigentlich nutzen, wenn ich irgendwas bräuchte. Ich habe halt auch nie das Gefühl, dass ich unbedingt was... Oh, das war unangenehm. Ich könnte mal ganz nebenbei... Ah, das ist ein bisschen viel.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift. I'll race you there. That's more like it.
Oh ja, stimmt, jetzt hätte ich fast die Feuerdinger da vergessen. Ich dachte, das wäre die Kiste für den Spirit.
Wow, these will come in handy. By royal decree.
Dodge this!
Habe ich jetzt im Ernst den Chess Spirit verloren? Ich kriege einen Anfall. Nee, habe ich nicht, da ist er.
I'll keep this close.
will come in handy.
There you are, eavesdropper.
Cool it.
The more, the merrier. Over here.
Wind blade.
Go, Barret Bunny!
Oz, reveal by...
Blink. Let me amuse myself a little. Over here. Blink.
Freeze.
Look at me. Just once more.
Fascinating.
Nee, du bist falsch. Du vorne müsst sein. Du? Nee.
What's the hurry? Dodge this! What's the hurry? Ah!
No one escapes my sight!
Cool it! Dodge this!
Is this an answer from this world? Is this an answer from this world?
Oh, das könnte schwierig werden.
As you wish.
Ich glaube aber, ich habe mir dir gerade die Ulti, das heißt... Ja, das funktioniert nicht. Ja, ich habe keinen Bock hier ewig lang zu warten.
A little dusty. Best give it a spring cleaning. Leave it all to me.
By royal decree.
Ich meine, irgendwo macht es ja schon Spaß.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Warte mal, wenn ich sie schon mal draußen habe, dann kann ich sie auch dafür nutzen. Und mal wieder keine Ausdauer. Was auch sonst. Als hätte ich jemals irgendein anderes Problem als Ausdauer. Wäre tragisch, wenn mal was anderes als Ausdauer mein Problem wäre.
Oh dear. Everyone's laundry is still on the line. May I be excused to fetch it in?
Von wo kommt sie eigentlich? Ich glaube, im Spielverlauf habe ich sie eigentlich noch gar nicht gesehen, oder? Kann es sein? Oder vielleicht schon und ich bin einfach mal wieder nur ultra vergesslich. Wäre auch nicht das erste Mal. Ich werde den Magikont ignorieren. Ich kann sie trotzdem nicht einsammeln. Das ist ja lustig.
Ready when you are.
Jetzt kann ich sie einsammeln. Wow. Wo kommst du denn her?
Freeze.
Vor allem, wo zur Hölle wollt ihr da hin?
Cryo is always far more effective in the rain. This is going to get interesting.
Mhm. Ist mir auch schon aufgefallen. Aber es ist auch sehr unangenehm, gegen irgendwelche Gegner, die Cryo haben, zu kämpfen, während es regnet. Ja, guten Tag. Warte mal, ist das nicht mehr? Ja doch, das ist eine zerstörbare Kiste.
What's the hurry?
Ich nehme erstmal die Quest hier unten an und dann tippe ich mich hoch. Ah, mit dir wollte ich nicht reden. Ich wollte ja eigentlich bloß deine Äpfel klauen. Oder Timmerfrüchte. Kennt man den? Oh, süß. Der Koch hat schon wieder eine Quest. Ah, sitzen bleibst hier. Okay, ich dachte schon, ich könnte mir hier irgendwas mitnehmen. Was ist die? So. Quests. Ich kann auch mal kurz nachschauen, wie viel denn überhaupt noch fehlt. Ich glaube, es fehlt nämlich gar nicht mehr so viel. Okay, vergiss das. Mir fehlen noch 130. Ah. Oh, der ist doch hier. Fahre mit dem Aufzug. Mit dem da. Kann man hier durch? Nee. Das war eine simple Mission. So, mal noch. Das ist nicht allzu weit weg. 20. Oh, das ist nochmal 2 mit 40. Machen wir.
No escape!
Ich mag das Eisgebiet nicht. Hatze. Gibt's da sonst noch was? Nee, perfekt. Zurück. Wo ist das denn? Okay, ich bin sogar auf der richtigen Höhe. Was wollte Palmon gerade? Egal. Wieso ist denn der Bereich hierfür so riesig? Ah, okay, ich verstehe wieso. Eins noch, aber ich sehe es nicht. Danke, dass ihr mich ignoriert. Ich habe den auch gerade Vollgas getroffen, oder? Das habe ich mir doch nicht bloß eingebildet. Oh. Okay, da brauchen wir einen roten Stein für. Gut, dass wir oben mal hier sind. Ach du Scheiße. Natürlich, wieso auch nicht auf der Spitze von dem Berg da drüben. Aber ich habe da gesehen, dass da eine Kiste ist, also hat Vorteile.
I'll keep this close. Nee, ich tippe mich hier.
Dafür bin ich zu niedrig. Sehr gut. Hmm.
I'll keep this close.
Das ist untypisch für mich.
push your luck. Don't push your luck. Don't get frostbite.
The insubordination!
I'll race you there.
I'll keep this close.
So. Ah, mir fehlen genau 10. Lass mal schauen, was können wir noch schnell machen. Wir machen eine von denen, die 20 bringen. Mitten auf dem Wasser. Ah ne, warte, das ganz am Ende der Insel da. Ich kann ja einfach drüber laufen, ich bin ein Idiot.
What's the hurry? Dodge this. Don't push your luck. Cool it. Quite the find. Oh, so sorry.
Treffen wir auch noch niemanden. Jetzt so.
A reward on the road.
How fortunate.
What's the hurry?
By royal decree, no escape.
This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this!
One gone.
Nicht mal eine Kiste für den ganzen Aufwand. Nö, wirklich nicht. Oh ja, das kann ich abholen. Das stimmt, aber da gehe ich nach Mondstadt. Mondstadt finde ich die andere Meldung auf Anhieb. Und in Liere renne ich ständig an der vorbei, wenn ich sie brauche. Aber inzwischen finde ich sie, glaube ich, auch eigentlich immer. Also zumindest heute habe ich sie eigentlich immer gefunden.
Traveler, please, over here. It has been a while since you joined the Adventurers Guild. Are your adventures going smoothly? Is that another person to count on is always good after all. But recruiting such dependable companions is no easy matter, is it?
Yep, and it's even harder to get a guide as good as Paimon.
Ah, yes. I do have some information.
Bin ich gerade in eine Sidequest gestolpert?
Let me consult our records.
Blonde. Dress is all funny. It feels like Paimon's heard this one before. Wait, do you mean... Does that stranger's face look anything like his?
Like the honorary knights? No, they couldn't look more different. This stranger is a very tall man, and even has an eye patch.
Seriously? How does this have anything to do with Kaya? Eye patches can't prove that you're related anyway.
That stranger declined the guild's invitation, so I can't say that I know anything about the relationship between him and Mr. Kaya. Nonetheless, you can look for him if you're interested. Perhaps he might accept your commission instead. After all, it is not uncommon for some adventurers to not want to be limited by the guild, but be happy to accept a fellow adventurer's requests. And should the stranger be a strong adventurer indeed, he would certainly be a big help on your journey. Please don't talk down on yourself like that. You are the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius, after all. Your deeds are the stuff of song for all the bards in the city. Well, as to further news about him, you may want to ask Mr. Lawrence. He stands guard at the city gate, so he may know something about that stranger. I wish you every success, adventurer.
Ein Fremder, blond, mit einer Augenklappe und komische Kleidung. Aber sie ist weiblich. So, was ich eigentlich machen wollte. The fuck? Jetzt. Ich gerade 2 Sidequests hier bei der angefangen. Fisch in der Überzahl, ja. Und das habe ich gerade beides bei ihr angefangen. Na super. Dabei wollte ich doch eigentlich aufhören. Jetzt habe ich 2 Quests angefangen. So. Und wir ziehen an dem Pack. Oder? Ich habe die letzten 2 Mal in dem Pack gezogen. Lass mal in dem anderen Pack ziehen. So, vielleicht haben wir ja Glück diesmal. Ein Schwert. Eine Kugel. Ein Schwert. Die haben wir schon. Ein Buch. Ein Bogen. Ein Schwert. Nochmal! What the hell? Das ist jetzt schon zum 3. Mal. Was ist das? Oh, ich kann jetzt bei ihr 2 Sternbilder aktivieren, weil ich sie 2 Mal gezogen habe und ich habe 2 Mal herrenloser Sternglanz bekommen. Also. Davon kann ich mir direkt wieder eine holen. Und hier drüben kann ich mir auch direkt eine holen. Und jetzt habe ich hier ein Problem, weil hier kann ich mir jetzt nämlich keine mehr holen, leider. Obwohl ich genügend hatte. Ich könnte mir nochmal eine von denen holen. Oder einfach bis zum Monatsende warten. Und sparen. Jetzt hier noch einmal hier. Ich meine, wir hatten gerade so viel Glück mit 2 Charaktere gezogen. Vielleicht ziehe ich hier jetzt gleich noch einen. Das ist eine Jadekugel. Das ist kein Charakter. Okay. Dann. Sie hat jetzt 2 Sternbilder bekommen. Das einzig Traurige ist halt, dass ich sie nicht nutze.
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
I can't wait any longer!
Ich glaube, das ist relativ interessant. Ne. Heilige, wo ist die denn? Ah, okay. Kann ich da überhaupt schon hin? Müsste ich eigentlich doch. Ich müsste da bloß hinlaufen. Ja gut, dann von hier darüber und dann da hinlaufen, würde ich sagen. Ich kann auch zu dem Teleporter da unten ist. Nee, ich wollte aufhören. Ich beende den Stream an der Stelle. Danke fürs Zuschauen. Wir haben wieder einen neuen Charakter freigeschalten. Nee, haben wir nicht. Wir haben 10-mal gezogen und 2-mal sie gezogen. Obwohl wir sie schon hatten. Ja, danke fürs Zuschauen und ciao.